噔噔。
孩子，希望你就是那能重新集结起世界和平的盖世英雄啊！
也不过100年。活就要活得有滋有味，活就要活得神采飞扬。男儿有胆气，仗剑走天涯；女儿有艰辛，柔情满山岗。齐节和平，我们相知相遇。为了美好的家园，我们相守相望，相守相望到永远。
Work, work, work.
One chick. Here they come. Wait.
Join up! We're stronger together!
I'm only sorry it
Won't abandon me.
Is this the afterlife?
Cat has 9 lives. Then a tiger has at least a few.
Is this the afterlife? Nice stuff. This may come in handy. This may come in handy. This may come in handy. I'm ready now.
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
Go here.
The shadow thickens.
Go here. Whoops. I might be in trouble here.
Now. You shouldn't have come here. Take this with you.
Didn't even try. Preparing armor for future battles.
Let's go there. I see movement up ahead. I see movement up ahead. Well-kept armor can save your life.
You're very kind. Yes.
I see movement up ahead. Our objective has changed. Fixed.
Go here.
I see movement up ahead.
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
Enemy strike incoming! Join up! We're stronger together! Light blade knows no mercy.
The universe! Touch! Rip!
Time to
die
on its strike!
Raise color. Let them know fear.
You will die all the same.
Stay out.
Stay on guard.
Preparing armor for future battles.
I feel better. This medicine is effective.
No one is above only fools are young.
Preparing armor for future battles.
I need to consult my strength.
No one is above the
Won't
law.
abandon you.
Take this. Ooh, what a find. Ooh, what a find. I am forever in your debt.
Nice stuff. Nice stuff.
想要的就来拿。它归你了。它归你了。
Movement up ahead.
护卫你们的船长。再等等水流汇集。
Wait.
真热，大海充满了我的身体。
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
它归你了。
The shadow thickens.
The blade sharp as ever.
想要的就来拿。它归你了。想要的就来拿。
Nice stuff. This will come in handy.
我倒要看看，谁敢在回阳镜里挑战龙王。
Now. White blade knows no mercy. Never will die all the same.
A benevolent healer embraces all.
You will die all the same. I'm not ready.
它归你了。大海的力量充满了我的身体。该弄点补给了。
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
Watch out.
The shadow begins.
还是要省着点用。
Stay on guard.
Charge into battle! Brush off all who oppose you!
Ferocious tiger!
No mercy. You or many, you will die all the same.
深入。还是要省着点用。
Well-kept armor can save your life. Well-kept armor can save your life.
它归你了。
This will come in handy.
还是要省着点用。还是要省着点用。
This will come in handy.
想要的就来拿。
This medicine is effective.
你的恩情，3年铭记于心。
Go for that spirit well. Our objective has changed. Help me.
想要的就来拿。
Take this with you. This may come in handy. This will come in handy. This may come in handy.
龙王不会错过任何一个宝物。
Take this with you. This will come in handy.
The shadow will soon spread.
想要的就来拿。
The shadow spreads. Yeah.
去那儿，快！
Nice stuff. This will come in handy.
准备好近身战。
I see movement up ahead.
我倒要看看，谁敢在回阳镜里挑战龙王。 船长。
Face the might of a ferocious tiger!
Knows no mercy. You will die all the same.
Your soul is mine.
漩涡有缘了。再等等水流汇
This
集，
medicine is effective.
我不会让你送命的。
I'll repay the favor someday.
The shadow thickens.
皇朝的力量。
I'll repay the favor someday.
还需要时间。
Face the might of a ferocious tiger!
White blade knows no mercy. You will
Your
die
soul
all
is
the
mine.
same. This isn't the end.
Once you start this path,
Work, work, work. All I do is work.
there's a price to keeping a secret.
My name means born of light. Let me be your blade.
Once you... calm.
A troubled mind spells doom in combat.
Too slow. This is the end for you. Stay on guard.
I am repairing my armor. I am repairing my armor.
Fixed. I'm ready now. Watch out. Light blade knows no mercy.
I'm arresting this criminal!
You will die all the same. Come here. You will die all the same.
A golden cube leaves no one behind!
Is this the afterlife? My mission is not yet complete. The movement up ahead.
The shadow thickens.
The truth cannot die with me! This will help with the case. This will help with the case. This will help with the case. Abort. A stroke of good luck.
The shadow will shortly begin to spread. The shadow thickens.
Let's go there. This may come in handy. Take this with you. Go for that spirit well. Our objective has
I
changed.
suggest capturing this
Go
spirit
for
well.
that spirit well.
These will prove useful. I'm arresting this criminal!
I'm ready now. I see movement up ahead. Take this with you. Here they come.
I can read you like a book.
White blade knows no mercy. You omitted, you will die all the same. You omitted, you will die all the same.
Only fools die young. Ooh, what a find.
The shadow will soon spread.
normally would at this stage of the game when everyone goes on to debuff. Really, really big. Gets caught out by the grapples. I've still got the debuff on TE trying to come back. We did see YZG get knocked out very early as well in the middle of all of that Roma Yang action, so another bad game for those guys. They have to really step it up if they want to get as many points on the board as possible by the end of the day. Zinyu throws out the transform, catches. Canonfire's going to stop them from finishing Peak up, but Zinyu will fall. Peak coming now down with the laser beam and the microwaving on to the members of JL as they are getting absolutely liquefied off the back of that one. Baby U also trying to survive all of the onslaught, but there is just so many teams fighting, scrapping it up here. OUG with 11 kills, down a player, has that debuff on, they need to find these kills. Baby U with the dashes, just trying to finish up Youth, who goes in for the freeze. He's going to be able to catch him perfectly for the timing. And I think that might just be enough here for Baby U to get the cleanse off. But OUG down 2 players may just get hunted by the rest of the lobby. It's just going to put as much verticality between him and that fight as possible. Dashes run out, no ult zone popped, and the action continues on.
Yeah, and we're switching on over between Igneous and the Pinnacle Town. Now, this is going to be that Forbidden Seal. No ultimates used. If anyone popped ult beforehand, it's unfortunate. PP, though, going to be the one caught out in the distance. All 3 teammates for OA are about to get deleted in the negative second. 3, 2, 1, gone. There goes the Weaver. GG, though, are also nearly in the same boat, considering that their teammates are going down by the ladder. SR's Rico looking to try to get 3-3-0. The next 10 seconds, 3-3-0 won't be no more. There's Jump LMBs, regardless, they're dead. DPSing out. And like you said, this is, teams are getting eliminated by the hour for the Realm of Depletionist. And all the Realm of Depletionist, out of all of them, I believe the only one that was safe was Baby U, coming out from OUG. So he's literally the only surviving teammate coming back out of there. Bowda, though, they're up against JL. JL's nice ambush. They came out of the med top region, they found them out. And then group heal or advanced heal on CDPT, Cab Blooms, has some soothing boon. Gonna see a Sap Shade for their Kylan, so XCM could be their predecessor for just hitting a single hit with a massive amount of damage. Kylan ult versus Kylan ult, or rather Kylan Informer versus Kylan Informer, Bowda versus JL.
Yeah, we see Wolves potentially getting himself a free Realm of Yang to themselves as well. Keep an eye on that for the moment, but Bowda inside this Realm of Yang. A lot of other teams are still recovering from the previous one. These guys are able to get in. Can he get the clap off? No, he can't. He's being interrupted by the Monk. Dash comes though in from the Kylin. From the side of Bowda, Zem able to do so much work with one thing. Now playing on the defensive, ZZT's just going to look to run him down. Got those dual swords available to him. Trying to find that opening. And Zen is just absolutely shredding through the members of JL. Bell gets used here from ZZT. Kiku already goes down. But a nice uppercut onto ZZT. He is able to break away briefly. Yelrush gets charged up potentially, lands it onto One Feng. One Feng gets caught by the uppercut. Doesn't quite get that grapple test off to keep him airborne as the bell comes out from One Feng, but it's not going to matter. Bowda have this one in the bag. Nice parry onto Zen, but it's not going to matter. XX1UO, it's going to have to be one hell of a miracle 1v3. And I don't think this guy's got it, so we're going to cut over the Wolves versus DRG inside their Realm of Yang. As there we see it, the Moon Shard coming out from ZK. Just doing so much work off the back of that one. We do see Nice Cube using the dashes, but he's caught out another Moon Shard from ZK to try and catch out onto the members here of DRG. Dashes from both of these Kylins. ZK still alive in the middle of all of this, but it is getting a bit dicey here for Wolves. Multiple members knocked back. Nice Cube finds a parry onto Kakashi. ZK, if you can find that opening with the Moon Shard, it's going to be so big. 2 members go down, looking for the catch out. Donkey 9, no HP left. Wolves have the man advantage as they catch WX98 with a Moon Shard. And once again from ZK, he's just throwing them out here. I think he has Palm Lightning as well. This guy has just got the setup for the flying knives, but he is now going to be dealing with 2 members of DRG on his lonesome. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he can't. DRG finish it up.
Dongqing's Lion's Martial Art Wolfform Hook comes out clutch, gets a sustain, and locks down that target. Picking themselves up an Armor Pierce Gold Katana, as well as another Palm Lightning. I can't believe it, bro. Another Palm Lightning on the field of play. The purple fan as well, so they'll have the gear loadouts to really propel them. Mystic might pick up Look at the gold on these guys. They're at 40k or so. So having that is going to be the play. With the martial art wolfform hook, we see a phantom step on Don Ching with a blistering edge and authentic descent, as well as for Kakashi to have that authentic descent. The armor pierce is going to be on Wu Shin 98. He's got the Windy Trinity, he's got the aerial dash, he's got the palm mining and the sap jade. Wu Shin 98 is a ground unit in bulk form. If he finds himself caught out, if he gets a parry at that point, the sustainer comes out to be the damage dealer, and everyone will get knocked away from it. Draco Storm still for Baby U, and look at OUG. All three teammates are back into play. Even after SS and Junior were gone from the midst, BU was able to get Spearwell somehow, some way by himself, and was able to get the Rebirth Charm on top of having just enough gold to go for that Rebirth Charm for 2. For OUG, that means that they have another fight to play. 11 eliminations would have been a deficit in losing out for placement points. They still have to earn their keep for first place. Otherwise, though, Wolves having Moonshard Storm for ZK, they have to put the marks right now for this for using that Jade and not being able to get caught out by another team, like whether or not they go up against JL or in this case OUG in the midst.
Yeah, very, very scary right now, especially see OUG closing in on the area. Just a bit of shopping done here from the side of Wolves, grab themselves some grapples and some more pots. But Wolves playing it very, very chill right now. JL being hunted by Bowder actually with a Mystic Might. DRG also closing in as JL find themselves pincered between both of the Mystic Might teams. Is definitely a position they don't really want to be in, so they're just going to have to reposition. But ultimately, this repositioning is worth it because they don't just get pincered by both sides. But man, they need to pull the trigger. They only have 3 minutes left, where Wolves have 3.5 minutes. So they've got a little bit more time, an extra 30 seconds to play with. Can they find a kill in time is the question. Right now, they're struggling to find anyone. They do have OUG beneath them. OUG, I'm curious how strong OUG are right now because OUG didn't go into that second round with Yang and they lost 2 players. They have to rebirth charm 2 players. So they've actually lost a lot of their kind of early Jades and early weapons and armor that they had. So they can't be too stacked yet, especially with the fact they can't really buy much. So they just would have spent a lot of money on reviving both their characters. We are going to see though JL and ASE and SR all having a scrap here. You'll see the Viper ultimate come out from Mist and JL back off immediately. ASE probably put a bit of a target on their back there, using the Viper ultimate that early and not gaining anything with it. You can see the grapples coming in. Donkey Knight looking and hunting for Mist here. Mist is just going to continue to try and play the evasion game. Fails the grapple to get away. And that means the rest of the lobby are going to be able to come in. And it's just everyone hunting Mist. Mist just goes down immediately.
Curious. Very curious and seeing who's going to come out through because even with the Cyril to come out, I mean, Han just lost one of the biggest proprietors for it with Han with this going down and not even having ultimate on standby. Gotta win, using ultimate to kind of break away. All the teams are not going to hunt down the Syra, and as a result, we know that the Syra is going to be the next person that's just going to be gone from this point. I mean, we know that they are DRG right there. OUG though are already making the mark. On the flip side, that's elimination for CBT to get that on board. Another frozen status, another dollar, but we still got 1 minute and 10 seconds for JL to come back out here because JL, right? We know that this team has about, you know, with that chance of being able to get rid of that Rummy Yang depletion, and in the midst of all these players, there's only a certain amount of time. Mystic Might Spearwell going to be available for Wolves. They're going to be trying to contesting it. They get a single grab on a single player that they did not want to lose out, and that's DRG's Kataxi, Tianhai. But with a contesting ultimate from LJX here for the Tianhai, all that's going to be needed is seeing how fast they can meter dump the HP bar for the, you know, for the instigating transformer, who gets one grab, with Cuckoo being in the hand and toe. But with one Fog taking all these blue focuses in the span of a couple of seconds, his HP went from 100 to 20%, and still having enough sustain with a Zippy Ink throwing out that Tazio and with the V1 still proccing. It's only a matter of time. 1 minute left on the clock for Wolves. Island ultimately coming out from IHQ as a response rate as an offensive position, and finding out whether or not ZK's Moonshard Storm can work out and pushing as many targets away from the spot. But we just lost LJX, one Fong being the result for that, and for the healing guard to be burnt out for an IHQ. Like I said, only a matter of time.
I mean, if you capture this soul, the spirit well, I believe you get your soul blooms. I believe you get saved from it, if I remember right. We did see this last week. So it's a good desperation play from Wolves, but unfortunately, it comes at a heavy cost because apparently the entire lobby wanted to connect onto this one. And Wolves they thought they had a freebie, but everybody collapsed in and only one player standing. That player was able to cleanse himself at least, so they're still in the game, but JL paying a pretty heavy price as well there, losing their zip. Only got a Kai Lin left in the game now for JL A61 UO. Will he be able to find the pickup is the real question, as the OUG were able to bounce back into this game, which is so key for them.
Jingyu staying through 11 eliminations still to this day for OEG, but JL are already out of one teammate, and they're not going to be able to get the res on towards third second, so not having a res on Zipping really packs a punch. But for this case, since we said Jingyu with that Octa Slash at the beginning of the game, it feels like he being able to have that Jade means that if he finds dual blades, he'll just lock them in place. Not a lot of Jades besides the Advanced Heal on SS and the Blistering Edge on Baby U, but with the Assault Smolder as well, he decides to chase down somebody, he gets an immediate burn, maybe someone will look towards this. I know that DRG are the most stacked in the game, outright. They got Heartstopper kick now towards Wushu 98, still having the Palm Lightning as well. And then with the Martial Art Wolf from Hook and seeing if they can try to result in finding out the lotto inside the shops, whatever Jade that they want to decide to purchase, it has to be superseded if there's a gold armor, because gold armor right now would be an option for Wushu 98. And if they don't want to run that chance of getting a gold armor because they don't feel the value towards it, that'll be the motion. Storm Stride though, double Storm Stride, Sleepy T as well as XEM, seeing a Octa Slash Blade for Sleepy T, and then obviously having a Capital, so if he's Blue Blade Master, that's the name of the game. Tuna on towards XEM as well, so that way he can get some proc heals. Looking at the advanced heal on Rico, having a Sky Punch as well as a Windy Trinity, but looking at the Dreadful Whale that Zhao was able to acquire, who also, with the dagger, looks to lock down while Rico just spams out blue focuses.
So it looks like Rico able to break away from this. 16 players left in the lobby, so yeah, we did see that massive outbreak of action earlier with the fact that an extra team got the Ramiyang debuff on, and we expected that to make this game a lot quicker and a lot less people left in the final lobby. 5 minutes left, 16 players left. It's a pretty... It's not as full as normal at this point, although even though AEG were able to recover, it's been a very bloodthirsty game coming in from our teams, and ultimately that has left us in this position where 5 minutes left of what, once this Bane's Breath goes down, there's still going to be a fair amount of space, as we do actually see Bowder potentially opening up here onto DRG, fighting for this Spirit Well. GGT is able to find himself a grab onto Donkey 9, but he is not getting the opportunity to get that slam off, as he is going to just have to de-transform early. Massively chunked out. Kakashi also going quite low. He's probably going to have to drop his transform. He's going to be able to heal back up. ZZT gets knocked back briefly here. Kakashi, with the hat that you can win for your gifts and treasures.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to disengage away from this one. I kind of wish Monk had the hat if you were wearing it.
Oh,
so he's wearing a cap.
Yeah, his hat would be a sombrero at that point, wrong? I think it's a wide brim. Yankee with the brim. I know Jingyu's gonna be going crazy if he gets that hat, if that was an available option. I would prefer though if it was anything. If his hat went into this headpiece, that'd be kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. All right, but besides the point, Drip, like you mentioned, enter the treasures at the end of these matches. Don't miss out, guys. Don't miss out. Limited time Drip. The Baby U though, he's smacking. He's going left and right. He's got a refresh on his ultimate after OUG was able to get that Spirit Well. And with Zhao going down, JL goes down in 8th place with 11 eliminations. Man, I'm looking at OUG, even with 12 eliminations, 15 players total, meaning that they only have 12 opponents. I mean, they get 84 points, or they get 24 points, 24 kills. That multiplier is going to go nuts. It's just whether or not Bauda are going to be their only reciprocating force, because Bauda is also stacked out of their minds. And I'm kind of scared because Bauda does have the focus slide, if I'm not mistaken. And focus slide is that Jade, like you say, that should be a gold Jade. Because that Jade itself is busted beyond reason. If you slide blue focus, it doesn't matter. You can't parry it, you get knocked up, and that's a sequential force of records. Rico, though, finds ASC Xiaowen, locking out ASC from the lobby. Now there's only a couple teams left before we enter in terms of the last 3 minutes. That Draco Storm is up for another 1 minute and 20 seconds for OUG. They have more than enough time to keep themselves lights and possibly the top of this the top of this cliffside means that any other team could just look to try to see if anyone gets knocked off of it, they can go ahead and lock them down. Because you can see DRG, Wushu 98, he's keeping himself up. He's looking for that line of sight with the musket shots as Rico's looking to reset. And the supplies are looking okay so far, but for OUG on the ground level, they force out GG's LX of Syro Ultimate, which means when any which point, any players can look to try to lock him down after that Syro Ultimate ends.
Yeah, we are just going to see fight for the high ground, fight for the low ground, fight for every little corner. 14 players left in, 2 minutes left on the lobby. I expect it to kind of explode fairly soon as the zone is moving, forcing these teams closer and closer together. SR trying to wrestle their way up onto Bowder's high ground. Bowder still quite happily holding on to it. ZXM going incredibly low. That's the end of GG. SR able to catch in on another kill, and they jump actually into second off the back of that one. They are a team who's potentially in the running. I mean, SR had a very good game last time, but they were just knocked out so early. They got too greedy with when they use their ultimates and when they use their abilities. This time around, Rico has used the ulti. He's looking for DRG right now. Donkey9 losing a fair amount of HP to that microwave here from Rico. Looking to kind of get the lockdown onto him. Doesn't really get much more off it. It's just going to have to back up and head to the high ground. Tree dead center in the circle as well. These guys are so lucky there isn't a Viper in this lobby, because that is a Viper tree if ever I've seen one. Right at the top, drop down, get the lockdown onto everyone, but not going to be the case for now. Zone's moving in, 13 players left. His action's going to break out any second now. I say Zone's moving in, Zone's actually stopped. ZK still with the Moon Shard, kicking it. Only player left for Wolves. Just trying to see if they can get something done. SR actually jump inside a building, do a bit of shopping. There's ZK also just hiding out here from Kakashi, but Kakashi has got himself kind of clipped on the edge here. He's a little caught. In danger as SR actually getting knocked back. Rico is going to get caught. Can ZK maybe steal this one away or do anything? Or is he just going to play it as safe as possible? Kakashi jumping into the zone. Grabs himself a Soul Bloom just to build that rage back up. And it is all to play for. Donkey9 going to do a quick bit of looting before we close in. But the circle making its way out here. ZK throws out the Moon Shard once again. Just clips onto Junks. Donkey9. Get a heal back up, does have that Tylin though, the dash is available to him. He jumps into the zone, loses half his HP for that, and now he uses an opportunity to go for the dashes, but he has lost a lot of HP. Parry coming out off on the distance to the rooftop there, as you see Donkey9 not really finding an opportunity to use his dashes effectively, is able to jump forwards, and we see Zhao from SR getting knocked out. Donkey9, he's not really achieving much with his dashes, where Zem, this is prime real estate. Everyone is caught up, but Bowder starting to cash in on kills left, right, and center. Everybody is falling. ZK has that Moon Shard, but he is not going to be surviving for long. We see a transform breakout from Kakashi. ZK is just trying to survive, and somehow he keeps himself going. There were multiple people at the end of that zone alive.
14-way tie?
Yeah.
That's a lot, bro. We saw that in solos for the first time recently. I think that was in the LCQs, but 4-way tie is that's a tough one, because that means no multiplier, no whatsoever, and not taking that, I mean, that's also lower placement points as a result. OUG though, mastering it out here. Hard ambush happening in mid top after the first run EA. Big turnaround in terms of coming back with the full squad and still working out that last final circle to the benefit, and having to go up against fully stacked teams that were earning their keep Bowda, included with Wolves. So having to kind of worry between those guys and seeing who was going to be the worst of the options, having all those teams tied out there was just a way where the cumbersome efforts come through and come out on top. I know that the play for Bowda's XCM when he was going for those slashes really would have put people into the zone. His main goal was just trying to keep himself sustained as well, just trying to look for the angle to get as much white health as possible before the zone starts to fully collapse. Forcing out healing guard early on would not be his best option, but getting those guaranteed hits was his second best bet. Only problem is he's not going for damage. He's not looking to try to knock people into the zone. He's just looking to try to get as many hits as possible, which was a forced under pressure moment. But then again, still keeps his team on top in terms of the placement. So overall, congratulations to OUG. MVP for round 2.
OUG able to take that game. The end of that one. Saw GG win the last one, but
that's the previous question.
That's the previous question.
Hey, don't answer that, chat. Don't answer that, chat. You don't need to.
It's already answered. Those points have already been scored. That hat has already been scored. Hey, it's the same question again.
I got you again. Playing sneaky and making sure you keep paying attention. Don't answer in chat. Dooney will let you know. Hold on. Hold your horses. Don't answer.
Everyone in chat spam Z. Just spam a letter that's not A, B, C, or D. That's what
Z would be crazy. I was like, I'm sleeping.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. Well, no, that's multiple Z's, right? Not one Z.
Three
that's
Z's.
a light nap, which we We got a bit of time before we go into the next game. Don't go to sleep. Don't miss out. But, you know, maybe shut your eyes, catch your breath. But we get back into the action. Go to Morris Isle next as well. So, I mean, it's the OG and it's still my favorite map. I like the nostalgia I feel every time we go to Morris Isle is crazy, man. Like, I love that map. And I know, like, Holleroff and Padoria have kind of more going on because they have the traps and Thorny Rollers and stuff, which, by the way, I haven't seen a Thorny Roller play in so long. And it makes me so sad because I remember the first ever Holleroff game we played. Because we did a show match when Holleroff was first coming out, and someone stepped on a trap in the last 1v1 and got killed by the trap. Like the spike trap just came and finished them. And then later on, when it got released in the season, we had a final circle with a no ult zone, and someone got great sworded into the, well, a couple of people got great sworded into the Thorny Roller and won the game off it. It was huge. How many players entered the Yang in game 2? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? That is a bizarre question. We never had one like that. I like it. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Check your whisper box, because that's where you'll be receiving your hat. You want a cool old hat.
I want that. Ain't gonna get it. But just like how we ain't gonna get it, man, was that a 5-way? No, it was a 4-way tie. It was a 4-way tie. OUG was a 1.5 as well as Bauda, and I believe DRG and Wolves were also the remaining players there. But 13.5 for OUG, Baudo a 12.5, 11.5 for JLs and SR, 10.5 for DRG, Wolves 8.5. Stat lines for the MVP squad mates. I mean, obviously, this is the case scenario. I think in this position, if we're not giving GU MVP, Baby U would definitely be the secondary person. 26,000 healing, though, for SS. Big supports, just doing their job, you know? Stay in the back line, keep the team sustained. Don't need to ask congratulations, unless you do damage, right? Then it's like, okay, yeah, congratulations for going through MVP. But one thing kind of makes it out, you know, that question, that's the question for answer. How many players enter Romy? Was there any single entry player, like one person from a team and that was it? Or like,
I think it was full teams the whole time.
Which means that would be 9. That'd be 9. That means that was the answer D. And if you're not the one who picked up the answer, unfortunate for you. But it's like how the unfortunate case circumstances lie in between. We are going through the standings where ASE bottom with 4 points so far for the first 2 rounds. OA with 4.5, 6 for WBG. YZG was 6.5, something we've never seen before. And that's something we have to, you know, consider in skipping over to the top 6, where DRG, they're at 14.5. GG with 18, JL with 21, 23 for OUG, as well as for SR in second, having more kills. That's why they're at the higher point. And with Bauda taking 27 points so far. Now, game 3, nostalgic. Morris Isle midday, that's going to be the rotation. That's going to be the time of day. And for Morris Isle to be making its way back in here, I'm really curious in seeing if we do end up seeing some more Viper Witch and Tessas to come out, at least for the first 2 phases in this game for the midday. But I think another thing we have to consider is that these players playing pre-finals, they're taking the points. This is a regular old, 6-round format. Grand finals and finals every weekend is always an 8-round day. So
yeah. Also, remember the points you're taking are actually higher than the points you normally take. So normally it's like 13% or 12.5. I can't actually remember the exact number. So for bi-weekly finals, you take 13 or 12.5%.
Yeah.
It's 20% of your points.
Oh, yeah.
Which is actually quite a significant number to be taking into those grand finals. So it is very important for the players to get those points on the board and, you know, make sure that they take as much as possible, because we are still using the MVP max point system. So yeah, I mean, like, if I was YCG, I think they're going around back and the coach has got the belt out, man. Like, he is not going to be happy. those guys gotta get it together, man.
That just got you having fun, slapped into the side. That's crazy record. LJX, just some highlights. Watch our time to use Tom. Kind of going to see off these first kills. We're actually getting a chance to see these fights off this end from Wolves and Medtop. But then we switch on over to Baby and OUG. They were the winner of the Salvation Podium. They got gold fan. ABU just standing out the blue focus. It's like nobody's business. He's throwing out the 1-2s into the Zhao Wen's gut. And then with Mingyu and the active ult caught TXJ. This is what, the second or third grab? Once you launch it out, combo breaker, anticipated. Slash to 3 grab, and there's another grab right there. And TXJ gets immediately pelted as a result. And guess what? It was a fake out. He looked towards using the time for QDD to be standing still, and he just saw a deer in the headlights move, and he caught him just like that.
Actually heartbreaking for YZG. To be fair, that wasn't them making a mistake in that fight. They just got absolutely outplayed. Really, really impressive stuff coming in. AG obviously had a really good game here. A very, very solid game. Don't get the kill multiplier, which kind of sucks. It slows down the point growth they can have. But, you know, they still got MVP. They still got a decent amount of points put together under this game. But the top end of the table is very, very tight right now. So it's going to be a really exciting one off the back of that. Is Wolves, the world champs. They did actually have a pretty decent game here. It's just unfortunately they got taken out a little bit. They lost too many players too early. But honestly, key eyes on Wolves. Remember, these guys are the world champs, and it's been a season where we haven't really been able to see that side of Wolves because they've been quite underwhelming all season long. But they are still a team to keep your eyes on, just due to their world champion status. And last year we saw some really, really good stuff from Wolves. But here's our MVP, Zinyu on the monk, 21,000 damage, 6 kills. Really, really good game. I mean, like, just Blue Soul Jades. Just Blue Soul Jades. I mean, they did get revived, so they lost a lot early.
Still, though, I mean, being able to get as much mitigation Jades, that's 24% right there. So he's able to take a lot less damage, and then taking HP Jades as the returning cycle of it. So even though he had Octa Slash on the come up, right? He wasn't the only other Tian Hai with the Octa Slash. I think Bowder was able to pick that one up, but he didn't even have a chance of using dual blades. He decided to go ahead, have the spear, and had fist blades as his main opportunity of, you know, where his DPS outlook came through, which is a crazy fight that we saw both in the against TE in the Roaming and then outside the Roaming over by Metab into the Corsus Caviani. There's a conversion right there though, where we saw the ambush from JL was really kind of like a, you know, a little like sneak peek in terms of looking at what their mindset is in terms of where they're rotating, because it all comes down toward where I mentioned even the last round, where teams might end up going to point A to point B to point C based off the vertices of the bells and just making sure they can see if any other teams are just rotating around there, and if they spot anybody they can come back right down, unless there's a bounding scroll, and then in which case they just chase down whoever is over there. But OUG, baby, you getting the money, getting the Spirit Well, the Draco Storm for free, that's a free Reaver Charm, and that's a free purple armor that he could also have for his teammate to come back up. And then if he finds a quest line, he gets the money, he gets that done. And that's just like the potential to get that type of macro coming out really works in this performance, especially considering he came previously from YZG, which was formerly with KLA. So having him to be that mainstay for the DPS, and as well as being that backup support line in this match, really worked out for OUG in this manner, and hope to see that performance come back again. And round 3, Morris out midday, that's where we're ending up here, Jake.
It's going to be a banger day. It's going to be a banger one. Anyway, we are not even halfway through yet. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and we'll be back with that game 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
gentlemen, we are coming back through out here for round 3. My name is Severio alongside with Hitbrain/Jake. We do have our chances of making it past the first 2 rounds completed. Of course, looking at the first round, having a chance to see GG pick up their MVP, having a spotlight for the Kyle Informers in the endgame circle, kind of baller, not gonna lie. Even with teams that were stacked out in the mid game, they still made some decisions like JL as well as with proceeding towards SR. Then we reached into round 2. Now we had a chance of looking at the Holorod Sunny map rotation, seeing about how OUG was taking a huge gain, a mounted amount of kills in the early game. Losing out the first round with Yang, though, TE in a tied situation was kind of crazy off the first round, which meant more players were to be eliminated. No Vermilions cycling, meaning there's no extra kills on the board, i.e. that there's less eliminations overall with teams on the board. But then again, OUG comes about back. Since Baby U gets the reset, gets the gold, gets the Reaper charms, we rotated out to the northwest. A lot of snowy fights over to the snowy forest and the misty forest, especially, where all the players were just cycling around one another between DRG with wolves and having Bowder in the mix. But OUG comes out here on top with more eliminations outright.
As an avid monk hater, I have to admit, I do think the Kylin variant is the most fun monk comp we've ever had in Naraka. I feel like it's the most involved. Because my big problem with Monk for a long time was like, it was just like so passive. It was like, Monk would look for grabs. If you didn't get it, he still had a Karumi healing him up. And then, oh, you're going to jump me because my Monk's de-transformed. Yue Shen's going to transform in response and blah, blah, blah. Boring to watch. But like, this comp is very aggressive. Like, the fact that, you know, typically we do see the Kylin transform somewhat, well, not transform, sorry, but press ult somewhat around the same time as the Monk transform, so they can get the grab into the slash. That is the fuzziest voice I've ever heard, man. That just threw me off.
That's that 5 pound mic, bro. 5 pounds. He picked it up from the corner store. Yo, my man's talking to the mic.
Lollipop, dude. Oh my word.
Bro, I swear, man, I tell you on my Tims, bro, I tell you something, and you're just like, what's going on here? Sensitivity was peaking. The gain over 9,000.
He's one of those guys who used to sit in the Xbox Live lobby and just eat.
Yup.
You're sitting there in a Halo lobby, and some guys just like, yum, 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 just chewing away in your ear for the whole match.
You know, it's actually kind of funny. We could actually talk about the future. Let's bring this up. Oh man, so many things looking forward to in the future. Season 17, but more importantly, the patch coming out on the 22nd of May. For you guys, I'm gonna break it down like slightly. There's a lot of changes to happen for Immortal War specifically, so this is something to also keep in mind for the Pro League, where Immortal War is gonna get the Yang Sphere line. If you guys have been playing ranked mode, you know how the Yang Sphere line works, where at a certain point in the match, after the first Roman Yang, there's a big Spirit Well that is spawning in the map, and anyone who doesn't claim it gets Yang depletion. But in Immortal War, it's not after the first Roman Yang. After the second Roman Yang, when Shadow 4 starts to collapse, the entire circle, both in solos and trios, is under the envelopment of the Spirit Well field, which means that anybody can get Yang depletion. And there's 2 Spirit Well buffs to show up at that point in time, which gonna create a lot of, there's no, you know what's crazy about that, right? There's no end game holdout for your dear life. Once that Yang depletion kicks in, all the teams start making enemies, because at that point in time, every single team needs to get rid of that Yang depletion. And the crazy thing coming out is that we also run into having these Spirit Wells to be the only way to clear it. So the last 2 Spirit Wells being able to clear out the debuff, it's gonna be a fun time. It changes the whole macro aspect though for Yang, for the end game.
Oh
though.
yeah,
and I really can't wait to see how that ends up going through.
What I like about it is every kind of cool change we get just makes the game bloodier. Like, this is just encouraging more fighting, more action. Every change we get does that. I really like it about Naraka. Like, I don't. Well, you will remember the game, but remember the game prior to Realm Yang. Back when, like, the only thing to really fight for were
more classics. Yep.
And it'd just be like, attack me would walk up and sandstorm it, and then no one would win, and that'd be it. But like,
that was the valley
like,
for him.
Realm Yang is such a good change, man. Such a good change. It's my favorite change they ever did in this game.
They're adding another Romayang room too. So for the first Romayang, that means there's 8 slots that teams can take and players for solos. That's nasty work, man. And the other thing too, okay, so I made mention, the reason I brought the capture the flag was that Yang spirit line, there's a flag to be dropped on the field. And besides the buff and getting kills, if your team captures the flag and takes it to that circle that was just cleared, you know, you get rid of your own main depletion. So those are extra objectives to look forward to. Little things I wanted to add in there for what to expect. And that comes out in the 22nd patch. That comes out on May 22nd. So up until this point, we never had that end game potential for where teams can just not stay still, you know, and look out for last second placement. Now there's teams that have to take that fight. They have to take that fight. They have to either deny, and if they deny Yang Spirit Line, if no teams clear it, everybody gets caught into that into the soul gloom, or rather getting that Yang depletion. Yeah. So crazy work.
Bang up match. I'm actually so excited for it. It's gonna be. When's it going live?
22nd of May. Yeah, dude.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
in May, aren't we?
Yes, we are. 4 days away. 4 days away.
Oh my word!
If it may not come out here for grand finals. It may not come out for grand finals, but
I'd be surprised if it did.
I'll be surprised if it did as well. But the grand finals is going to be probably most likely locked into this patch that we're currently on for pre-finals. So looking at ahead, I know that this correlates towards not to the MVPO, at least for summer season, because we still have the mid-season summer challenge at EWC is going to be where we're going to be having that. So Esports World Cup in Qiddiya over in Saudi Arabia is where the players might end up testing their luck out. Otherwise, after that summer challenge, all those mechanics and then some with season 17 to go into effect. We will talk about it more often later when the time comes. If you guys are curious about that, just look those patch notes to come out live on the 21st. But DRG, OA, ASE, Wolves, first round selection, Morris Isle, midday. Obauda, OUG, JO, SR, they take in second phase, while WBG, YDG, and GG they're in the third and final phase. Now, Morris Isle midday could have Vipers, could have more common formers. I think it's going to be the former.
I think we'll see more of the Vipers and more of the Blind Day-esque comps later. Once we get to those Firefly maps, that's where they'll thrive. I feel like this is probably the last time we'll see a very, very Monk-centric lobby. Like, I don't expect to not see Monk for the rest of the day, but I do feel like Morris Isle Day, that screams Monk to me. Where, you know, later we'll probably see more Sand Siphons, more Vipers, maybe some Ice Picks in there, but I feel like Ice Pick is typically picked as an answer to Monk. But already some Sand Siphons coming in for OA and Wolves. Surprised by that one. OA absolutely blitzing through their points. How have they only got 4 points left? What are they doing?
Bruh. That's kind of crazy. I think they burned that Sire for a triple pick there.
They must have, yeah. That is an expensive old pick for them. Well, see what the other guys are going to be spending their points on. Monk here for OUG. Powder going in for the Tarka Monk. Hell yeah. Tarka Monk for SR as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
That's what I'm talking about. I told you it's going to happen eventually.
Question is it Fireball or is it not?
Ooh, you know, that's crazy because I know that in last chance qualifiers we saw F1 Tarka be made its appearance. But they don't run to use F1. I mean, Tarka Fireball is kind of you can use it in trios over the F1, but the F1 is like you're in place, energy to come back up. If they press the right click, look at the AoE field. It's just how like versus the Fireball. There's two different aspects to that, and I'm hoping to see if the case scenario is if they're going to be using either or. We are going to look at the double. Oh man, GG bringing out the ranked comp. Of course, we love to see it. Versus Cicada gets sustained out for the Syra as well as the Kareem, but Ice Cream comp for TE, YZG, and WBG as the Phase 3 selection has closed out. And seeing that there's two Tarka formers here, it's going to be a fun and interesting match. I'm wondering if SR might have a better performance with it. I need to look at their average points because I don't know if it's whether 9 points or if it's 11 for their Tarka. So I'm hoping to see that.
Alrighty, well, let's see the loadouts. Let's see what everybody is rocking. Last time we did see the Tarka Fireball, it kind of got rolled because then, like, their monk would grab, then Fireball who gets monk grabbed, and then they'd get grabbed by another monk because you have to stand still to cast it. It's so easy to grab or, like, lock down the Tarka when he's doing it. So, as much as it is my favorite version, I'm not 100% sure. Yes! Oh, Oh, Balder, I love you so much. F2, V2 for ZZT. So the only other one I really care about is Junks. Everyone else, I assume, is just running pretty standard stuff. Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, they're all using even to the Tumulch. I think both of them, ZK as well, were using V3 for Tumulch. Looking at Oye's Mong, I'm pretty sure if he's using V1,
Come on, Junks.
I know you're looking for it. I'm looking for it too. If he's using if he's using F1, that'll be funny. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he is using F1 V2.
Coming out here.
Okay.
And Mong is playing.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him for it. It's technically in trio is the better skill to take, but ZZT is chatting it up, to be honest.
Or point for ice. I can't. Regardless, round 3 begins. Starting off here, Bowder wants to play it safe. They go for Firefly Cave and Council Courtyard. Unfortunate, but DRG and OUG are right on top of each other. WPG want to take in terms of Celestial West Side region. SR and OA a little bit more than midst over by the Artisan's Grove. Oh, no, way past Artisan's Grove. Over north by the Zest Winery. And then looking at Firefly Cave, finally a Firefly Cave. I want to see the fights at that location in the secret tunnel where GG is getting contested by both Wolves and TE at the exact same time.
GG always drops secret tunnel. They always, like, they are without a doubt the most telegraphed team we've ever seen in Naraka. They have 3 drop spots for all 3 maps and they always drop at it. So yeah, expect this. Not surprised to see it as Wolves actually get into the tunnel first. GG, I don't even think they went into the tunnel. I think they just decided it is not worth hanging around. Wolves closing in on having their ultimates up and available already on that Takeda. As Wolves just going to smash their way out of the building. 3-3-0. Somehow goes unspotted, clinging to the roof as Wolves make the grand escape. And GG do evade getting caught. They're just going to go get the table scraps. Oh, GG. You need more than 1 drop spot, guys. This is something they really need to work on.
I think they want to debate him out, see what's going to happen if any fights. No fights happen. Otherwise, Islet Crater, that's the location I meant. That location is where we saw SR get double eliminated, and I think actually to the case, getting 1 elimination off from JL into the other opponent being, I believe, or not with OUG, but with DRG. But DRG actually over here in the second mine. ASC missed, purple armor. This is a big pickup, and they get the eliminations. Double pairs from ASC Han. Nasty work coming out here. Combo breaker hasn't been used, and then looking at the ballista shots in the background, I heard it. Han is going to be looking at getting eliminated. ASC missed the last remaining teammate. Zhao Yuan looking to try to support his teammate through the line of fire. If he can connect it, that's a huge amount of damage, especially with the burn take damage for the Kakashi, who has Fire Ultimate. By the way, he's looking for the RMBs, and he's throwing out the RMBs with the whisk throws, getting his stat hits, while also rocking the MVPL cap, which is for answer to the question, we're going to bring it up as often as we can. And that's going to be the fit that's going to be brought up for Kakashi in the hands of his teammates for their 3rd elimination, whether regardless they want to keep on putting the pressure for the 5th, I should say. That's where it's going to be coming out with OUG Zinyu putting out Baby U.
The transform comes out here from Zinyu, but it's too little, it's too late. They're going to just get themselves up and start absolutely smashing him. Down he goes. Kills with a ballista. Lovely to see. OUG starting off a little bit weak, unfortunately. All of their members go down early with 0 kills under their belt. I'll do some catch up with SR. Getting himself in a fight here versus OA. Junks, be careful. Just going to staff off for a second. Has himself the healing coming in. Closing in on having his ult up and available to him. See a transform breakout from Zhao. Sandstorm comes down as well. As SR Junks going low here. Has got the ultimate. May have to use it. F's up and available as well. Just going for a cheeky pop, but got his monk to cover him for now. Are they going to continue the fight? PP being chased down. PP loses a fair chunk of HP. That repeating crossbow is haunting, by the way. Chicken crossbow constantly coming out. You see the F get thrown out there from Jump for a brief second. He's finally popped that ultimate, and now going to be trying to run around with all extra movement speed, trying to catch up to members of OA. Then gets caught by the grapple. Junks continues to fire out. F's available to him again. Has to use it. He's just getting caught up briefly here, but good Kurumi ultimate is just going to keep him going. SR still playing this very tempered Still got the ultimate available for Junks, but he gets hit by Dazzle after Dazzle. PP is just completely denying Junks from being able to do much here, unfortunately. Ult's timed out. He spent a lot of time dazzled. Does open up here onto PP briefly, but PP does get caught away here. Krang go down, but no parry. No ult zone is thrown down. PP caught up, loses a fair chunk of armor. It's just going to get sent packing as away. In a bit of danger off the back of this one. Junks has used his F already. PP using the damage from his nunchucks to strip through the armor there from Junks. OA's 2-tick is going low. SR able to secure himself their first kill, and now OA starting to crumble here. All of the members go down. SR take the victory.
Yeah, 3 eliminations being earned out there. Huge Forbidden Seal to be played out against PP. With that Syra ultimate, 3-3 though, getting caught into that grapple combo from the points of the spear, but we're Han right now. He found CJS with the active Cicada ultimate. He can actually get this reset as soon as he finds the stagger midair. Not gonna be the case. He leaps right into the action with no armor. And he could actually delete it here. He had a bell just in the nick of time, but for 3-3 being the only remaining teammate to down for GG, it's up to whether or not CJS can make this happen with the last Furin. He finds the R&B with the combo breakers from Mist, and with the F2 in play actually for GG CJS, taking some notes to try to use something that the players won't be noticing for it. And now CJS goes down double horizontal release as Mist is stacking himself up with a purple pulse sword, purple armor, getting a solo and getting right back into the mix for LXM. He's using ultimate just in case of anything to burn it out and just chasing out his opponent. LXM has ultimate for Syra in just a couple of percentage points. I think he kind of figured that might be the play considering Solo's picked up and whatnot, and being in the fight for as long as possible. They still get the elimination. They still lock him down. Han be able to pick up the gear. We're looking at 3 eliminations for ASC. Now, looking at the Moonbanes to still be purchased and being used in the match, we still have yet to see any fights that revolve around one. But I know for certainty that the teams looking at the leaderboard, 6 eliminations for DRG means that they took the massive amount of fights over by Gamma Mine, which gives them enough time to go towards Shadow Jade Mine, and if not, they could just skyrocket towards Celestra. OUG taking out no elimination so far, losing their first set of fights, means that they are on the reset route. But we switch on over to SR. This time, though, they are up against WVG, who are making their chances here at the Ice Cream Comp versus the Kylan.
All right, well, Zhao running around here. Gonna get caught. Best skin in the game, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Better than the hat. Gonna transform immediately.
Okay, hold on.
Leo trying to get caught away. Nice grab comes in from Yoran, but it's gonna be hard to get the slams or the punches off. I think just completely denies Monks from actually being a effective character. They're just gonna have to back off, reposition with the Bane's Breath coming down. The more cannon fire coming in from this mech, and yeah, Zhao. The moment Ephera transforms, Monk is literally unable to play the game, and I just saw a Justina freeze come out, so Zhao is going to immediately open up by getting frozen. That Panda's got to run, but the freeze is to chase in, and Jing is looking to catch him out. The Halberd's doing so much work, the bell comes down. They do try and buy some space. Chases with another charge from that dash. Has still got 1 left available. Junks is caught in the freeze as they try and make the breakaway here. SR got a lot of work to do here. You hear the parry coming down as they are going incredibly low. SR had a brilliant start to the day, but this is not how they wanted it to be going. Junks will fall. And that's 2 teammates who are down. Actually, I believe they've only got 1 person with revive available to SR, so that is a really, really bad run for them to lose that much early.
And Zhao on the come up, trying to get the team back, hopefully, since they had previously fought and lost. Over by Ghost Village, Ghost Town, about a purple armor all across the board. No deaths, no kills. So being able to get triple purple armor this early on is kind of impeccable. They are low gold count, so they must have been looking to purchase those out for straight up. They're going to the spawn area for the Roman Yang, which is a rare case instance. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this in any type of casting I've done or seen.
Oh my word, yeah.
On replay. So making their way here, sword. But if they lose, they got a lot of time to make up for it and making their chances to run through. And even if they pick up buff, they got a lot of time to have to burn Vermilions just to get right back into the thick of where players might end up being. Otherwise, looking into the Northeast, OUG, OA, TE, Wolves, they're all over by Servants' Grounds right now. Having to look at that Romy Yang, it might be a chance. YZG as well, having to look towards their Romy Yang. They also have a Valiant Challenger, so with gold ticking away in the next 3.5 minutes, so long as they're able to get that quest completed, they'll get the money. Rampage on CXZ, Salt Smolder on QGG with a switch dazzle. SR though, Zhao trying to look for some resets in the zone. WBG are going to pick up the elimination and get him knocked out here. And that's just going to be the reset value that worked against him. 4 eliminations so far for WBG. But JL are up against Bauda. And looking at Zhao, who has purple fan, purple armor on the Kylan. Right now, it's going to be the consideration. Bauda have the higher sustain count with the DPS coming to clutch right now as they go up against JL.
Double transforms immediately break out. One thing on the pillar. Immediately has to just step down. Looks for a grab. Catches ZZT actually here, but does get answered out. Zem grabbing on to XX1UO. Tries to find the extra damage off. Isn't going to be able to get it. Both monks kind of just interrupting each other. Another grab comes in though here from One Feng onto ZZT. Is able to get the punch off, so he's able to make use of his transform as Zem is going to go for a grab, but can he find the punch is the real question. Looks like he might be able to. Is Cuckoo gonna get called out? Transform goes down though. Now it's down to our Tarka, sorry, here in the ult form, just running around the map right now. He's actually able to do a fair amount of damage, but he's getting caught. And it's all of Bauda just getting melted. This is over. JL completely stripped through them. Nothing they can do about that one. Annihilated. Tarka, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is his comp. I think he needs a different one.
I think one thing is that Zhao had the right position at the right time. They were all in the corner in the wall. Nothing to push them away, nothing to push them back, and that gave Zhao all the refreshes. His team was looking to restagger off of the slashes, and they got it. They are going to be going to the shop, and Advanced Heal has been picked up by Cuckoo. Phantom Step being able to level up for Zhao, and then now looking to convert that staff into a spear just for single point 1.0 blue verticals now for Zhao. Been doing work, man. Catching them all out. 4 eliminations for JL, and then looking at YCG winning their Romy Yang. DRG are also on the cusp of victory for that. Wolves outside of the Daylily Meadow, making their way towards this area. Having gone through, picking up the Noctis Slash Blade, having a Sap Jade on 9HQ, which he should be giving to LGX because he has 2 of them. He's going to do that, hopefully. Obviously, with the Phantom Step in the hands of ZK, which would be really great for him to use the Phantom Step as a mulch. That way he can break line of sight and then catch a teleport. But then again, we'll have to see. YZG opening up the cave, I think the secret cave over north of the Islet Crater. They'll be making their way chances off of that loot with the Vermilion's Burst Mine active and just getting as much loot gain as possible. And for YZG winning the Rum Yang, that was their first 3 kills. So having the victory, I kind of hope to see a replay if we can, potentially. Otherwise, they are running into the ice cream comp. They do have the Syra on that gold weapon for scaling, and as she is able to go ahead and scale out with the gold weapon, this works out in 2 different ways. Obviously, Fairy Shed and Mech can be used for herself, but if she gives it to her teammate, she can then scale that with their weapon. And TXJ would take the chances of using the Fairy Shed Mech, while CXC still on the ground level, still looking for F2 staggers with the silence, and as well as looking towards using F2 in general, just to make sure they can confirm for Justina Freeze.
Well, YZG hunting onto WBG here. I'm just going to find them. We haven't seen a good game from YZG, so I'd like to see them make the most of this one. Get himself the 3 kills. Nice little opener. Leo, and they get the attention turned onto him. YZG, and if they can find that opener. EGG's making his way over as well. Transform's breaking out. DXJ. Ultimate available. CXZ just going to go for his transform. As QGG has now joined up into the team, finds a whole heap of damage thrown into him, has to freeze himself up here. Gonna pop that ultimate. As they're gonna look for those dazzles off onto the mechs, but it's like Leo just playing the evasion now, just trying to fly away from YZG. Leo being slowly but surely burnt down here by the members of YZG. Looking for that damage, gonna throw down the dazzle, not gonna make the connection. Leo inside the zone, losing a fair amount of HP. Jing, caught by the dazzle, is just gonna have to freeze himself up here. Ultimate times out from TXJ as he gets himself caught inside the zone. They jump forward, they find a lockdown onto Leo. Leo's going very low here. That's going to be enough to find the kill, but OA sliding in with the Furu Ren shove, and they're going to look to try and secure themselves a couple of kills. It is all to play for right now. YZG down 40 seconds left on their rebirth, so they're sitting okay. That's going to be why TXJ losing his one off the back of that. Seeing how many kills can be grasped inside this round with Yang, as I'm just seeing transformed, getting burnt out, and Vermilion Burst Mine getting burnt out plenty. QGG kind of just needs to go down at some point though. He could find himself in danger. There it is. Just with 20 seconds on the clock. Burns his Bird's Might. Is going to be able to reset off the back of that one. They didn't really do much with the Bird's Might though, sadly. They only got a single kill for YZG.
Yeah, and the single kill, I mean, getting in the gold at this point, that was the only thing that comes out from that. Not enough effort coming through to earn more, but as is the case scenario, OEG in the zone still. Oh, That was a lot of damage that PP just took, and that's going to be it for OA as a result. Wolves actually on the cusp of trying to ambush this for WBG. I mean, drop down R&B from LGX. He instead goes for a scare rush to try to drop down again. The attempt is made, the clink is had. This disruption method coming out here to try to force the team deeper into the zone only comes out to the benefit of themselves. They still have this to be a guardian for this area. WBG actually pushing way into the cusp of the area. Jing still has Justina ult, but he'll still get caught down. YZG on the area as well, looking to try to see if any sort of wayfarers over in the distance, if they can find them. They still have the west side of this area to kind of look in, having the vision on this is going to be key importance. And second Romyang should be spawning here in just a couple of moments. Since YZG took the spawn though nearby, they didn't take the time to want to space out their area of expertise of looking past. Bauda goes down here as Jin goes through. We're gonna take that replay as I was hoping for, but this is gonna be against OA and DRG. Open up here for Wuxi98 to have that smoke ultimate. Tutik still not having level 2 Takeda ultimate means that with his ultimate proc, only 3 Fear and Blast can be available. And having Tutik to get knocked up here for the knockback, the aerial rend actually comes in the clutch with a massive amount of damage. And with PP being the only last remaining teammate, with DRG looking to try to cut out here as the Syra ultimate gets ended. And they take no time to I don't think they delayed the buff. I think they just go straight for the kill shot. And nope, it looks like they did want to delay the buff for a couple of seconds here. Finish it off.
Alrighty, well. Just gonna back off. See next Roma Yang spawning up. It's definitely been a more tame game than we saw in our last game. Roma Yang spawning up. KGG gonna launch inside. Trying to see if they can secure themselves a couple of extra kills. They're going up versus JL. So already they've beaten OUG. JL, the other kind of another one of the top teams here today. OUG got to prove that they're actually still at the top of the game. Everything's going aerial to open it up. TXJ still got the ultimate. Gonna wait for an opportunity to slam that one down. Same with the mech transform here. Playing it nice and safe. There is the transform from both of our transformers there. One thing. Gonna get himself onto CXZ, who's actually getting completely pinned against the edge of the wall. He's gonna lose his mech incredibly fast. JL coordinating on the transform to deny any opportunity. Need to see some freezes coming out. Cuckoo has gone quite low. 60 is going to be able to pop off and get some healing back. One thing, unable to find any grabs though from that mech. Still effective at shutting down YZG's transform. Need to see some of this ice cream come out. Find the lockdowns onto the members as now DXJ just playing the dazzle game. Seeing dashes coming out as well. One Fang pops the bell for a brief second. Is going to get himself caught out. Loses a fair chunk of HP. Nice follow-up though coming in. QGG gets parried in the middle of all of the action. TXJ loses their ultimate as well. Has still got that dazzle available, but no armor. JL's One Fang losing a fair amount of HP to TXJ now. He's able to strip through that armor, but gets himself caught out. Dazzle to reposition. Jumps in for the scale rush, and now he's just going to look for a pot. JL are not letting up on the YZG members though. But TXJ finds the turnaround here with the fist weapon. Caught in the knockup by the hold sword. He's going low. QGG comes in for the save. TXJ, he can't make the escape. He finally goes down, and that is JL with the man advantage. XX1UO trying to find a reset off in the middle of all of this action. But JL's Cuckoo going exceptionally low in the middle of all of it as well. CXE is going to strip through members. Gets into the mech in the nick of time. He's somehow been able to find the turnaround. XX1UO is trying to finalize the kill onto QGG. Is able to do so in the sky. And it looks like CXE don't think he's going to really be able to keep this one going. He was focused out so effectively at the beginning. I think he's actually just looking to take them down with him here. Loses the mech. CXE going low. JL finds the victory. The three-man parry! And they all go down. No way!
No, there's no way, bro. He's 1 HP in a dream. Criminal, dude. YZG. CXZ. Man said, no blues for you today. No. They were out of stock. That actually cost them their victory as a result. All three of them went into blues, and the delayed fuse for the, not throwing out the riposte really just came out. ASC replay, though, up against DRG, an immediate carry from Han. Incredible. And we know this is off the rip of the fight. So now Han activates himself as ultimate for Tianhai. He could leave it to action for a knockup with the grab. Does find it regardless for Dongxing. Dongxing not having the Takeda ultimate isn't going to spell too much trouble. He's still at full HP. He didn't get focused out as I was hoping for. But he still doesn't have any sort of reason to activate ultimate. He gets caught to a second grab. Now the Q and ultimate's active for miss. This means that he can go ahead and refresh for another grab, and that's going to be happening. Now this is only to the result that the Syra did not stop, and that double grab right there is the reason why that's the case scenario. And that's going to be where the Syra really just didn't have the much, for the positioning for it. it didn't really come out on for Kakashi's benefit to, you know, not look to try to keep that pushback on any ground unit targets like the Kylan. But Wolves are chasing down DRG, TE Peak by himself, at least for a temporary moment of time. They could take a chance of actually looking to chase him down. They only got 12 grapples, but with another team behind them, it's going to be really hard to see if the teams are really making their presence over there. Over by the Serpent's Grabs, though, JL having the respawn here, having a bounty scroll actually to be had. I'm curious in seeing what's going to be going on in mines for JL. They have 12,000 Dark-Tide coins to go get a res off of a single teammate. There's nothing here that will cost them their lives unless it's realm, the soul form for one of their teammates, I should say. Which then they can revive and then put him in. But I'm not too sure. If they decide to go ahead and purchase him out for a Reaper Charm with burning out soul form time, then that would be a big brain play. But at the same time, that's only if the Reaper Charms are available, in which case it looks like that would have been the case. DRG still hunting. 3 minutes left on the clock for Roaming Yang depletion. Minute left for CE on White Tiger's prowess. And DRG just looking to try to find targets to get involved.
Well, right now, Kakaishi does spot YZG. YZG with that Roaming Yang debuff on. Need to find these kills as Kakaishi is going to immediately take a light love tap from TXJ. KGG though, take the full scale rush. He's going to have to just freeze himself up immediately. Sandstorm breaks out. Kakaishi looking for an opportunity to get that damage off. He's going to get around the Sandstorm briefly there. Has ultimate available to him, but it's just going to back away. Both of these teams with those debuffs on want to get these cleanses done nice and soon. CJL just use the rebuff charms. That's their way around it. As KGG's already heavily chunked out. Mech gets thrown down here. As CXZ hasn't really been able to use the Ice Pickle that well, unfortunately. It feels like this comp hasn't really suited YZG. The Moonshot getting thrown down in the middle of all of this. TXJ looking for dazzles. The evasion is just coming out as the Fuhrer and shoves make the connection. TXJ gets caught by a dazzle. Again, just searching to try and find that crowd control onto the members. It just feels like YZG are just struggling to find an opening, and they're just gonna have to play the escape, I think. There's not much more they can do. They've committed all their ultimates, and they haven't really been able to get much. I say that, but Kakaishi suddenly becomes a bit of a juicy target. So KGG. Aerial Clan comes out here from TXJ, gets the parry off onto Donkey9. It's a massive chunk out of the two players, but in come the third parties. As OUG have entered into the mix. No ult zone gets popped. OUG going to be denied by that one as WX98 remains low. He's going to pot off in the distance, but it looks like OUG decided they don't really want to be involved in that heat. Parry lands on TXJ. Quick dazzle comes out just to reposition. They need to pot off once again. OUG jumping back in and just seeing if there's an opportunity for a kill. DRG now on the run, but they're going to be caught by that pincer. TXJ playing this smartly. Just needs to back off and let the other teams do the work for them. They just need the Soul Jade. TXJ though is low. They're going to get finished up there by DRG. You're going to be able to cleanse one and maybe look for their escape off the back of this one. See Zinyu getting caught here by the Wisp. Freeze goes out. Parry goes down to Yoran. WBG in the middle of all of this action starting to go a little bit low. It is just absolute chaos. There's YCG knocked out of the lobby. Another disappointing game from them. As WBG will fall and DRG able to actually sort themselves out. Only one member to cleanse. Not a bad run for them here.
No, definitely not. I know that DRG are coming out here with, you know, everything is out for 14 eliminations. So having 22 players left total, 19 for them as opposition stand. Could be a 20 bomb game for them, knocking on wood. But of course, if GG puts himself in the spotlight right now, now's the time to get to the haystack. There's going to be Takeda ultimate coming out here from CJS. Haven't been forcefully used. We're looking for elimination against one Fong who gets a kill from the Zipping, but we keep him afloat in the sky. And Takati confirms that kill with a musket shot in the backline. That's 15 eliminations. And this gives GG that soul bloom. Yeah, they have to start moving away towards this area. They have to head towards the waterfall. Making their way towards Daylily Meadow is also an opportunity. We still have the Spirit Wells to be picked up later on, but for OUG right now, looking at WBG Jing, he's going to be locked down even with the Syra heals. As Jingyu gets caught to one heal to the next and getting caught to the dazzle doesn't really matter for him. Jingyu still puts himself in the spotlight. Love and Grapples, Baby U, and active Kylan Ultimate especially has to look for a target that would be suitable for them to lock down. But Syra being in the air, it's only going to be a matter of time before she falls down to the sky. And for Jingyu, he is keeping the motion in the air with his shift dodges. If he finds it, he looks for the R&B catch, and there's going to be one elimination to OUG. The Ron gets deleted. One Fong was going to pick up some gear, pick up some loot, potentially was looking for that Soul Bloom, but OUG pick up the kill and back off almost immediately into the Artisan's Grove, while DRG, they're keeping the pelting until maximum with GG.
Looks like right now, Mr. Mike secured there for Youth. Well, for TE in general. Still 21 players left in the lobby. See Youth now next up, trying to get some damage off. Everybody is just scrapping out. X61UO just dashing through here. JL down one thing. Gonna make their life a lot harder for themselves as X61UO gets a knockback onto 2 members of GG. GG though, just recrew me up. Play the denial as X61UO, he's kind of struggling to really make this damage count with that Kurumi here. Finally though, does get a little bit of work out here. 330 goes incredibly low, but with his ultimate now timing out, GG can just dazzle themselves back to full health.
Yeah. And
JL are just going to have to be sent packing. That Storm causing a real issue. There's also a no-ult zone off in the distance as well. It is just absolute sorry. GG are in the no-ult zone. It is absolute carnage in this final circle.
Got Moonbane. Who's gonna get thrown into it? I already sense it. I already know it's gonna be a 10 high getting a grab and then in there. I feel it in the back of my, in the spinal cord, because that's usually the case scenario. We do see a group kill though for Jian Nana as well as a Dragon like Might. We do have a Juggernaut on the Youth with his stamina strike. Tuna on Peak with a, I'm not mistaken, the Sky Punch. So we'll have to see if they actually take any sort of utilization for Dragon like Might, especially considering that he can pick someone up and then they can launch some onslaught hits on the target that falls down slowly. For DRG though, they do have a Shaolin Staff and a Rupture Gilor from Dong Qing. Not Cablum, a Sunwing Shot on Kataxi with a Scion Fang, as well as with our Samurai Strike alongside a Dario Ren. Gonna see a Mooncharge Storm though for Wushin 98, Soothing Boon, Palm Lightning, Overlord, having a Sapjade and an Advanced Heal. Pretty much the most stacked member of DRG right now, and especially if he gets a higher rarity for those Flying Knives to start pelting out enemies left and right and keeping them airborne. But Spearwell's being contested ASC on their Kylan Former Comp, having the Mystic Might in hand. If they can pick this up in the next 5 seconds, this means that they get the full refresh as soon as Han cancels the ultimate just in the nick of time. Yes, he does, which means he gets a full reset, and the Jades and weapons are all picked up by the teammates.
Yeah, so you're going to be happy off the back of that one. It's not the biggest buff at the end, hence it wasn't as contested. You see Myth, though, absolutely shredding through LJX. He's just going to die to the zone. And does go for that ult just to keep himself going, but Myth is just going to continue to be a menace. LJX is able to get back in, keep himself going, and they're just going to dazzle their own health bar back up now. So probably enough just to send them packing. 19 players left in the lobby. 4 minutes left on the game as well. I think this one could be a bit of a bloodbath, to be honest. As OUG, let's see if there's a kill on the Youth available. The Youth healed up by Peak, so not under any real threat yet. Ooh, nice dash coming in on the Peak. Peak's just gonna have to reposition once again, but these guys are... The Kylins have just been real menaces, just constantly dashing in and being very aggressive with their ultimate. As Peak now has lost their ult. Build that charge back up before the final circle fully collapses. Xinyu got their ultimate available again though. It's about baiting enemy to ult now. To catch them out as Xinyu forced to use the bell. May just have to transform. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He now won't have that ult potentially for the final circle. It's a big denial point, forcing the enemy team to burn those resources a little bit too early. He's just searching for grabs, but no one is presenting themselves as an opportunity for him. Can't find anyone in the trees. No apples to be picked for you, Xinyu, unfortunately. Han also transforming. Just going to jump into Donkey 9 on the low ground, into the Sandstorm, but not going to be able to find much more. Back to the high ground he goes. Team Monk transforms wasted. The lobby is going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, and then looking in terms of what the rotation is, now that the Tian Highs are out of ultimates, they have to expose themselves at least some way or another with getting damage off with the ranged weapons, and also knowing that some of them may or not have armor on standby. But the Keelan performers are on the top of the hill. They know this, and they're going to be, you know, mobbing it out here for a little bit. The ground units still with DRG, they are keeping their poised position. Still with common Flying Knives, Wuxi 98 has yet to unlock the full potential for the Flying Knives, except for the CC control with the Rampage, or not the Rampage, the Moonshard Storms, as well as with the Calm Lightning. But we look at this ambush, last 2 minutes on the block. We know that Baby U is looking to try to keep his range shots at a minimum, throwing out blue focus here and there. So long as no one tries to push him out, and that's going to be the case scenario. As I call it out, OUG's SS pushes to the zone, getting eliminated. Zonchi 98 with that Fear Blast goes ahead and invests one of them just to push him through. Still having 3 more left to go. It is Wolves wants to kind of invest their promotion and their potato ultimates on ground level. It's going to be at the notion that DRG still have the advantage here. Now, of course, knowing that ASC's in the corner right there with the Xiaowen with the Flying Knife for rarity, you throw 1 blue focus and it beats the armor bar, but he gets caught. There's DRG getting the elimination here, and Kotaku's going to be picking it up here. We're at 19. We're about to hit the 20 bomb. We only need 1 more elimination, and then we look for place the TP. So active Farius Shen ultimate as Justina, and with it, we're looking at towards peak. Putting himself out here with the Syra ultimate would be more so to be held for the last second of the matchup, but for Youth right now, he's just looking to try to keep a body block position and knocking opponents into the zone with last minute on the clock. T-Youth is going to deform here while the teams are still in the sky like Baby U for OUG.
We'll be a little bit worried about DRG though. Those guys are very set up. Youth able to secure himself a kill. Jianan will be burning down there. DRG able to take that kill away, as now they're looking to finish up those members of Wolves. They've got the Moon Shard as well. He's got all the fist weapons on Donkey 9. Closing in on having his ultimate back up. Still a bit of a ways away. As Baby U just going to cling to the top of the tree, try and play the evasion game, but Peak's ultimate now times out. Parry lands onto Kakaiki here from Donkey 9, but he's not going to follow up, just going to back off for the second. Doesn't want to build too much rage up, just playing it safe. Loses all of his armor, getting absolutely cut through here. Just going to jump into the tree, go for a hill. Kakaiki with the dazzles, being so annoying to everyone on the low ground. But he's going to finally lose that ultimate soon, and then he is going to get absolutely rolled for it. Baby U going in for the dashes here for OUG, but he is inside the zone, losing a lot of HP. It's absolute carnage in the zone as it finally collapses. But Baby U is melting through the lobby. Down he goes. DRG, last team standing, 20 kills under their belt. That's a fast game 3 for them.
Yeah, it is. Big multiplier points, big lead. Backward jacket is the tech. DRG coming back out of here for it, and then getting themselves the MVP on top of it with the Syra pick. And then looking at it, I mean, it's 20 plus kills for them, and they take this in terms of game 3. 3 games ago, still having options on the table for the cycling for heroes in the phases. Now, sorting this one out here, OUG actually put himself, well, with Baby U, at least trying to survive on top of the tree line. Putting the Talon ult to full usage. Now, it's only a matter of time. It's a limited quantity of time in Talon ultimate. Once he's burning that Keelan guard, once he's burning the 4 seconds of the move, you know, not taking any damage whatsoever, he still won't get enough sustains. The Shadow Corruption, the weakness escalation, it's immediate upon that circle, which means that he won't be able to get any sort of heals back coming from strikes. He's just going for those last hit confirmations, but still, that pressure alone can knock one team down a peg for placements, and then that is exactly what took the advantage for it, for DRG to come out here on top. But like I said, still got 3 games to go, still have points to earn. MVPs be earning out.
I'm gonna be real with you. Baby U is having a bloody fantastic day.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's not on DRG, he's OUG, but honestly, that final circle where he just started dashing through everybody, just picking up kills left, right, and center. Big denial from DRG on more points, but also just a really, really solid performance from that guy. He's been having a really, really solid day today. YZG crumbling. Like, it feels like the pressure, they almost put too much pressure on their own back by playing so well that now they're starting to struggle once we're at this point in the day. I got my concerns. I got my concerns about YZG and the state of them for the finals. Again, is a bit scrimmy, like you said at the beginning of the day, so there's a little bit more playing around. Like, I think it's crazy that we haven't seen a single blind date today at all. Like, I know like things like the Xiphon have kind of fallen off the meta a little bit, so I'm not surprised we've not seen so much Xiphon, but we haven't seen a single tester today. We haven't seen a single blind date comp. And I guess, you know, the biggest weakness of the blind date comp is Wu Shen. Like, you can't take it into the realm of Yangs. It's very defensive, but Viper's in such a good state right now, and you know, we're seeing people trying to play like the Ice Pick variants to try and find a way to use her, but I feel like you could maybe start to look at like answers for the Tessa comp, and you know, maybe taking the Wu Shen out and seeing, you know, playing around with things that could then play a more supportive role in that comp and, you know, fulfill Wu Shen's purpose. I'd be interested to see if that's a thing that comes out, because I thought Syra would do that for a bit. I really did. But anyway, enough from me. I'll shut up now. DRG walk away 28 points for themselves off the back of that one. OUG walk out with 11.5 as well. They had 10 kills that game. Nobody didn't. Everybody scored something.
Yeah.
Bowder less than, you know, others. They were 27.5 points behind first, but still, half a point is something. You've progressed your points somewhat. YCG almost scoring as many points this game as they had in the first 2 games, so I guess they are improving on that 4.5, but man, DRG absolutely crushing it here. 26,000 damage from both Kakaishi and Donkey 9. In fact, Kakaishi almost got 27,000 damage, like a really big game. Donkey 9, 14 kills though.
14.
Absolutely huge performance on the Takeda. And I'm glad to see Sansai finish and dead, because I absolutely adore this comp. So I'm glad to see that it's still going. It's still kicking it.
Yeah, I think that this comp really propelled itself with Syra. I mean, it's been through the ringers with Ping Ying into Karumi, and then now Syra takes the cake of just being able to have that jack of all trades comp just to still make its marks. Looking at the standings, TE 6th place, right? 7th place for 22.5. Right beneath it with Wolves at 8th place with 14.5, 11.5 for WBG and ASC with 11, as well as the YGG and OA at 8.5 and 12. Like we said, kind of a rough starting out here for these bottom 6 teams. Anything can happen in any one match. We saw TE get MVP because that's the one that didn't want to take the ambush. I'll stop. We do have GG though putting out 26.5 with 6th place to SR with 27, 27.5 for Bauda, JL with 28, and 34.5 for OEG in 2nd, 42.5 for DRG. Having a massive game 2, I guess in game 3, it really puts out for DRG. Even with the game 1 at 4 points, still having 10.5 earned on game 2. Still stacks it up nicely put. And then with OUG, I mean, they've been having double-digit games and nearly towards 3 double-digit games. Game 1 being at 9.5, but with 13.5 in game 2, 11.5 in game 3, not getting the MVP that they're hoping for, that they've been trying to earn out, at least in terms of what we've seen with high amount of points, regardless of the situation. Plus 20 points, definitely a good feeling. But for DRG, we're going to put some highlights brought to you by Unicom as we proceed to showcase the early game fights for DRG.
Here we are, DRG. Starting it off real strong. Just had an absolutely amazing day, to be fair. Zinyu nailed there by the ballista. By the missing ballista action. It was a bloodbath game. I was surprised there was that many people in the final circle, to be honest, because it felt like there was so much action in this game, but people were able to recover from the losses in fights with single person, making their way off, picking people back up or reviving them. Big game though. His final circle. Oh, this wasn't the final circle. This was that crazy fight where YZG overchased. Zinyu able to get that double grab off for his team. AG still on absolutely tremendous day. And you know, the bottom end of the table, a lot of them are on 11 points right now. They're like, it's a lot of high people. So those numbers can change very quickly throughout the day. So I do expect to see the bottom teams start to put some more points up. Now we're at that halfway point. I'm sure, you know, coaches going to work teams saying, right, we got to get ourselves together. We're at the bottom end of the table. We need to get as many points put together as possible. It's time to either stop experimenting or it's time just to get our stuff together and really pop off today. DRG. Such a big victory for them there. Really, really good performance.
Looking at Takeda V2, never going to be used. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate. I wish to see the V2 get some probability.
I genuinely forgot what his V2 does.
Essentially a combo breaker ultimate that groups everyone out, then lifts them up in the air, but it's very temporary. Not as valuable.
I remember.
Yeah. They had 2 casts, maybe we have a different chance. We'll see about it. But 26,000 damage, total for Dongqing, having 9,600 on the staff. Bo was secondary with 6,600 damage, and 5th place with 3,700. So, I mean, Rupture Gale Orb still didn't use it. Maybe must have been a last-minute pick in terms of what was on the bodies, if he was able to find a cannon. But having the staff, getting those last-minute confirmations, kind of really came in clutch, especially considering that with Syra, she was hitting, the Kakashi was hitting those range shots for sure. right? Most of those musket shots. Even though he has only 3 eliminations, he was most likely pelting the heck out of any other teams in the distance, converting off of their tumult for the wisp throws, and then using those ranged weapons. That's why the wisp, into the bow shots, into the musket shots, just puts someone from 100 health to down to 0. And that really comes out against Tianhai comps. If a bell being used by a Tianhai comes out before the wisp, meaning, if the wisp gets thrown out right before the bell, then he's able to lock himself in place, and then he's able to get caught out with the wisp and the follow-up hits. And that's only a matter of time before they have to force ult, like we saw earlier, where in the endgame circle, the Tianhais had to force both ultimates between, I believe, with the usage where they had to just get the high ground and space themselves out. The ERG wasn't having any of that, and they went to push them off of that cliffside and then force them on the ground level below.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the meta shifted so dramatically, because Cannon was something which, back in the Monk day, I called it the Buccaneer phase, to be the go-to. Disappeared for a little while. Cannon seems to be very back with Monk back, and Takeda really likes it anyway. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to our interview, and then we'll be back with Game 4, so we'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，小恶魔，先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
我是暴打战队小恶魔。
欢迎小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访。OK, we would like to say welcome, and I would like to say long time no see, old friend. 那我这边要说是老朋友，很久不见了。Okay, so first I would like to know, because this season for you just joined in the new team, and I would like to know. So now it's already the pre-grand final, so how you comment on yourself and your team? 那我们也知道这个赛季其实小恶魔也是加入到了新的队伍当中。这个赛季在暴打待下来感觉怎么样？目前队内的磨合跟自己的这个情况，自己怎么评价？
也挺好的吧，感觉我们的佛天下无敌。
很不错。So I think we are really good. We cooperate really well. And for me, I think our monk is like perfect. There's no one is stronger than our monk. 也是给了大佛一个非常大的肯定啊。OK, 我们来看一下今天我们要送给大家福利和题目是什么。OK, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So we can see the question is, which hero did 暴打XEM use in the game 3？ 这道题目呢是，刚才这把比赛当中自己用到的是哪个英雄？刚才我们还聊过这个事。不过讲到今天比赛 ，Let's back to the matches. I would really want to know. So in the game 2, why you choose the buff, which is the white tiger？ 那我这边一定要问一下，今天第2把是做了一个让我们大家觉得很震惊的选择，当时选了白虎之力，到底是个什么情况？跟我们讲讲。
反正涛哥拿自甲拿错了，涛哥说了一句拿白虎了，现在拿错了。
所以最后甲拿到了吗？
甲肯定拿到了，
甲也拿到了，然后还不小心点出了白虎，哎呀。So actually, it's an accident at that time. I let him just pick up the armor, and he just maybe a little bit nervous and click the white tiger buff. That's why we choose it. 哎，我其实就是你来之前，我们有去想过你们会不会有就是一个安排啊，和自己的计划，没有想到是这样的一个有趣的意外啊。不过没关系，今天其实前3把的表现还是不错的。OK, and I think our players prepared. And let's start counting. 我觉得应该也已经准备好给大家送出福利了，对不对？Okay. 那我们准备英文的3、2、1，好吗？来。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请小恶魔给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是什么？
答案是 C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations. Okay, at last we know that because we are the pre-final, and we know that today for the Trolls game there are some changes, and we saw that you guys replicate you just have the hero combination have changed, and I would like to know why. 那我们也知道，其实今天对于3排来说也是有个不小的改变。那每个队伍的阵容呢，其实也有了改变。那其实我们在复活赛当中看到暴打已经对于英雄的阵容搭配上面有改变，这个是出于怎么样的考虑和考量呢？
因为我们只会玩佛，所以我们要佛配万物。
啊，所以也是做了一个在复活赛当中做了一个新的尝试，是不是 ？Okay, so for us, because we are really good at Monk, that's why we try a lot of hero combination together to cooperate with Monk. That's why we just change our hero combination. 那再次感谢小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访，哇，天下无敌大佛啊！那继续加油，接下来就期待你们下面3场的表现了。Let's looking forward to the rest of game, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello everybody and welcome back to the MVPL. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day actually at this point, as it's been a bit up and down with a GG, OUG and DRG take a victory so far. Seems like YZG having a pretty poo day is probably the best way to word it. It sucked for them. They've not had a good performance so far.
You know, YZG has been kind of having the first 3 rounds to not work in favor. They're actually bottom of the 3, not even to the top of the 6, the bottom 6. So having a chance of seeing YZG in the next 3 rounds, time will tell. Obviously, like we mentioned before, at least to the case that pre-finals, pseudo scrims, not really scrims, because remember, 20% of these points go into your finals for grand. Having to perform out is still on the board, but then having to see the
blood of the Dawn Walker. He's a Daywalker! Hold on to your vaginas. Oh my god, I will hold on to my vagina. World heeds what it fears. Ooh, that looks good. What the fuck?
other skill level, and that's where operating at the cost of being able to use that comp to its utmost peak, even without the amount of damage, or rather to the amount of eliminations that we've seen some teams earlier get on, such as OUG, but also towards GG placing out in first round. The kind of former has been more prominent. Ice cream comp has been made
Here they come. The blade sharp as ever. Light blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. You or many, you will die all the same.
Your tricks won't work.
You are too slow. The blade sharp as ever.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. Light blade knows no mercy. You will die all the time. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
Your trick won't work on me.
You are too slow.
Your trick won't work.
I'm ready now. You are too slow. You are too slow. I'm not ready yet. My blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same. You are too slow. You are too slow. I'm ready now. You are too slow.
Your trick won't work on me.
My blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same. blade sharp as ever. You are too slow. Light blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same.
Your tricks won't work on me.
I'm not ready yet. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me. Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow. slow.
White blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same. You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
I'm ready. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow. Low on supplies. You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
You are too slow. 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 My blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work on me.
Wait. You are too slow. The blade sharp as ever. Wait. too slow.
Your tricks won't work. Your tricks won't work out.
My blade knows no mercy. In a minute, you will die alone. Too slow.
Your tricks won't work out.
Wait. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't work out.
Ready now. You are too slow. Too slow.
Your tricks won't work out.
You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your tricks won't go.
You are too slow. Wait. You are too slow. Wait. You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow. You are too slow.
Your trick won't work on me.
You are too slow. You are too slow. Light blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same.
Your trick won't work on me.
You are too slow.
Your trick won't work on me.
The blade sharp as ever. You are too slow.
Your trick won't work on me.
You are too slow. made a promise to shoulder my responsibilities.
You ready for some fun? Oh, would you look at that?
Free loot? My favorite.
Could I have that? Pretty please. The enemy's out there, somewhere. Does anyone need this?
Cry havoc and let loose the sea dogs of war.
Do I need to beg? Aim for the queen. You ready for a show? Well, you never said your safe word. Fresh out.
Give me that weapon repair kit.
So many shiny new toys.
Free loot? My favorite. Walkers away.
Would you look at
The
that?
shadow will shortly begin to spread.
This looks useful.
The shadow thickens.
The dogs are close. Cry havoc and let loose the sea dogs of war.
Things are getting spicy. Well, you never said your safe word. They're close. Boing. You dropped your weapon. And I thought he had a future.
Armor powder. It's good stuff.
Huh?
Armor powder. It's good stuff.
This looks useful. Does anyone need this? I do enjoy stirring things up in the realm of Yang.
X marks the spot.
The enemy's out there. So many shiny new toys.
Enemies on the horizon.
They're close.
Do I need it better? Burn havoc and let loose the sea dogs of war.
There can be no escape from the winter's embrace!
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
There can be no escape from the winter's embrace!
I hope this is good for you too.
The shadow begins.
Arise, power of the sandstorm!
Cleans up nice.
Let's go show them something fun.
I hope this is good for you too.
Dogs are close.
You don't stand a chance. Oh, always use protection.
Free loot. My favorite.
This looks useful. Does anyone need this? This looks useful. What?
Anchors away.
Yum. Let's see if Morris Blessing has anything interesting. So many shiny new toys.
Let's go show them something fun.
That did the trick. Spicy.
Ambush! Evasive maneuvers!
Too slow. I've cut off your way out.
Good for you too.
This is my life. Here to see.
I'm ready.
Not a bad turn.
The shadow will soon spread. The shadow spreads.
Hope you can handle me.
There are answers yet to be uncovered. This may come in handy.
An unguarded treasure.
This may come in handy. This will come in handy.
My favorite.
Nice stuff. I'm ready now.
Anchors away.
This may come in handy. Take this with you.
Free loot. My favorite.
Take this with you.
The shadow will shortly begin to spread. The shadow thickens.
Ambush! Evasive maneuvers!
White blade knows no mercy. You will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me.
Armor power. It's good stuff.
This medicine is effective.
Grab some supplies.
The realm of Yang sounds better than another tomb. The realm of Yang sounds better than another tomb.
Aye, aye.
After them.
Everything!
Cry havoc and let loose the sea dogs of war.
Nothing. You are too slow. Blade sharp as ever. White blade knows no mercy.
Become one with the shadows.
You will die all the same.
Like fighting a child.
I made a promise to shoulder my responsibilities. Take this with you. Take this with you. I see movement up ahead.
The time has come! Take this!
Cry havoc and let loose the sea dogs of war.
Had to practice more. You were way out of your depth.
Armor power. Good stuff.
My magnetic power is realigned. I am repairing my armor.
Watch out.
There's danger nearby.
Anchors
There's
away.
danger nearby. Even though the enemy is far away, stay alert. Even though the enemy is far away, stay alert.
Shop is out. Watch out. My blade knows no mercy. Watch
Give
out.
me that grappling hook.
die all the same.
Give me
Watch
that
out.
grappling hook.
Well-kept armor can save your life. Watch out.
My power has not been realigned.
I'm one step ahead of you.
I'll save
You don't have my permission to die yet.
No matter. I learned.
you. This
my
the
fate.
afterlife?
Wait for my rebirth.
The shadow thickens.
This the afterlife?
Armor powder. It's good stuff. Armor powder. It's good stuff.
Even though the enemy is far away, stay alert.
Stay on guard.
You don't have my permission to die.
Well-kept armor can save your life.
Of Moonbane's eye.
I'm going to rescue them. Here they come.
Your soul is mine. Your soul